Okay, my dudes. What is up? We are covering some things today. So I'm asking a couple of questions. Like as today's session says in like the title, I'm wondering, can we sustain tier 15s? Also, I'm looking to unlock the endgame. Because in the endgame, the current endgame of Path of Exile 0.5.1 actually, because we got a patch, a lot of things are kind of locked behind the higher tiers of maps. So I'm asking the question, can we actually sustain tier 15s and unlock the endgame today? That's one of the big topics. We're also going to be covering the new patches. Because there has been a patch as of yesterday, or as of like 12 hours ago, I guess. 0.5.1. And we are going to start basically by just diving into that patch, having a look. So let's see what we have here. So in a few hours, we will be deploying patch 0.5.1. So it is live at the moment, which contains additional Atlas passive skills. Even more? Really? A new lineage support gem, new elemental passive skills, as well as a number of improvements and bug fixes. Check them out below. Okay, let's have a look. Endgame changes. Added an additional 24 passive skills to the top section of the Atlas passive tree, particularly affecting individual biomes. Okay. Fortress towers, gateways, enigma chambers, and halls now award more Atlas passive skill points. Players who have already completed these areas will be granted the additional passive skill points upon logging in. Okay? So I guess we got these points just automatically. Because I have actually been doing some of these biomes. So maps that are available to select for the right of the nameless are now much more clear. Okay. Yeah, we've not been doing a lot of we've not been doing a lot of that, to be honest. Like I haven't been diving into the right of the nameless yet. Delirium fog can no longer spread to maps that grants Atlas passive skills. Aha. Additional rares spawned when an unstable breach stabilizes will now always spawn regardless of if Rune is going to spawn or not. Rune will now spawn after all the rares are killed. Okay, yeah, so I think that's a nice change to the breach. Because, I mean, it can be like a little confusing, like when the breach stabilizes, like we kind of like have to hunt down specific enemies, and just like in that phase of the mechanic, things have been a little confusing. So hopefully this is going to be a quality of life for that section. Breach monster density now correctly increases the number of monsters in the breach. Okay. This now stacks additively with pack size. Relevant descriptions will be updated in a future patch. Okay. So I guess this is related to the density upgrades that we can do on the League tree. So it seems like this hasn't been working correctly up until this point. Moving on to some summoning circles added to maps are now described as containing a single summoning circle with multiple reactivation runes. Reactivation runes now describe what they do and have been made easier to notice. Okay, so I have not been doing a lot of summoning circles, so I don't have a lot to comment about this. There is now a checkpoint beside the summoning circle, and reactivation runes that are far from the circle will create a checkpoint when they are activated to allow easy navigation back to the circle. Okay. Reactivation runes now correctly add additional charges if activated before the summoning circle and no longer breach the circle. Okay. The Tear Open the Rift Breach Atlas passive skill is now multi-choice, with options to have the effect active or inactive. We have also fixed an issue where this could not be allocated. Ooh, okay. Improve the telegraphing for the Boldak slamming Viridis tree. I've not been playing the Boldak, so I wouldn't know about this. Panning to a location on the endgame map, closing, then reopening your map in the same instance will now reopen to the same area you panned to. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a big one, actually. Because it is kind of annoying, or it has been kind of annoying, like if you are way off to one side of your atlas, then you close it, or you go in and do a map, and you come back out, and you kind of like have to navigate to that same area. Now it seems like you are gonna, when you open your atlas again, you are basically gonna be like in the same area that you did the last map. So, yeah. If I understand correctly, like, yeah, that's a big win. Moving on to some Runes of Alder changes. The waves created by the tidal rune during remnant encounters no longer knock you back. Yeah, so this tidal rune, or like the waves, they have been pretty insane. Like, they have really, really made life difficult, to be honest. I mean, I've been like knocked back and stunned, and you know, there has been some crazy shenanigans going on with those waves. So it's really nice that they're actually getting a fix. During the campaign, Pharaoh will now point towards and reveal the runes in the area he is in. Okay, interesting. Gwennen no longer continues to appear after the Medved boss fight if you have already spoken to her. Okay. Fix the bug where the Rain of Blades skill was not available reward from Remnant crafting. Okay. Added new gossip options to Pharaoh related to the 4 tomes that can be found throughout the campaign. Okay. Yeah, like that part, like the like unlocking the 4 tomes in the campaign was like a little bit unclear. So I think it's really nice that this is changed. So hopefully this is going to make it even more clear, like going through the campaign, it's going to make it even more clear and easier, basically, to find the 4 tomes for the four crafts, I guess. Or upgrades to the crafts. Okay, so that was some, like, I mean, yeah, that was some changes to, like, the league itself. Okay, so we're moving on to the player changes. Added a new lineage support gem at Series Communion. Okay, so is there any information? Do we have any information about this? Okay. Supported skills reserve a percentage of your maximum life equal to 66% of base spirit reservation. Supports persistence skills, making them reserve life instead of spirit. What? Okay. Yeah, so this is interesting. So basically this is something that's, I think, like kind of focused um for builds that are not suffering a lot with like having lesser life, basically. Very interesting. Okay, so that's the new lineage gem. Added 40 new elemental passive skills near jewel sockets, mainly around the sorceress, witch, and druid areas of the passive skill tree. Okay. Logging out and in again now preserves your heavy stun buildup. Logging out while heavy stun will now restart the heavy stun animation when you log in again, unless you log into a different place to where you logged out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we were kind of expecting this to be fixed, right? So it used to be this situation where you could just log out if you were heavy stunned, log back in, and you would no longer be heavy stunned. So for the enjoyers of that situation, I guess this is an L, but yeah. The Empowering Infusion's notable passive skill now grants 35% increased spell damage if you have consumed an elemental infusion recently. Previously 30%. Okay. Yeah, so that's a little buff to the spell damage. The Principal Infusion notable passive skill now grants 30% increased elemental infusion duration. Previously 20. Okay, so that's a buff as well. Small passives granting 12% increased spell damage if you have consumed an elemental infusion recently now have values of 15. Okay. The cold, lightning, and fire attunement support gems are no longer limited to supporting just attacks. These now grant gain 25% of damage as extra cold, lightning, or fire damage respectively. Okay. Okay, so this has been changed from like just attacks to an all over extra damage as cold, lightning, and fire. Ice Bite 1 support is no longer limited to supporting just attacks and now grants gain 25% damage as cold damage for 5 seconds on freezing an enemy with supported skills. Okay. Ice Bite 2 support, no longer limited to supporting just attacks. Now grants gain 30% of damage as cold damage for 6 seconds on freezing an enemy with supported skills. Okay. Innervate support, no longer limited to just attacks. Now grants gain 25% damage as lightning damage for 5 seconds on killing a shocked enemy with supported skills. Okay, so there has been some changes. It seems like they seem like good changes. Uh, Specifically, the just attacks is now just like a general gain extra, you know? Conductive Runes now has a base critical strike chance of 7%. Okay. Refutation's cooldown no longer recovers while the buff is active. Repulsion's triggered wave now has a base critical chance of 6%. The Acolyte of Chayula's Archon of Chayula skill no longer disables you from dealing elemental damage while active. Okay. The Lich's internal life passive skill no longer prevents life reservation. Okay. Moat buff stacks from the Gemling Legionnaires' Virtuous Barrier skill now persist between non-town or hideout areas. Okay. The benefits granted to socketed skills by the Gemling Legionnaire's Advanced Thaumaturgy passive skill are now only shown when holding Alt on the socketed skill. We've also addressed a handful of issues with effects this Ascendancy passive provides to some skills. Okay. Quality on Mirage Archers and Artillery Ballista is now functional. Seismic Cry, Forge Hammer, and Shield Wall now displays the quality benefits they provide. Stampede now has a 20% more area of effect as its special effect. Fix the bug where Explosive Grenades, Stormlance, and Plasma Blasts were gaining one less projectile from quality than intended. Runemaster Revered Vestment now grants 10 to 15% increased energy shield recharge rate. Previously, 10 to 15% of damage taken from hits bypasses energy shield if energy shield is below half. Okay. Maximum numbers of Verisium infusions that you can have at once is now equal to the maximum number of any single type of elemental infusion you can have. Emergent Instinct Ancient Augment Rune now grants regenerate 5% of maximum life per second if you have used a command skill recently when socketed in gloves. Previously recovered 10% of maximum life over 2 seconds when you use a command skill. Okay. General changes. Elite Abyss monsters have had their damage, loot, and experience lowered, while also much more significantly reducing the amount of life that they had. Okay. Okay, so this is interesting. So, yeah, like in the Abyss, the elite monsters has kind of like been a little pain point. They've just been so um they've just been so tanky and so potentially like dangerous when it comes to their damage. So I think it's nice that their damage is lowered and also the life of them is lowered. The loot being nerfed as well. I don't know about that part, to be honest. Hopefully that's not gonna be like. Hopefully that's not gonna feel negative. We're just gonna have to jump in and have a look. But like it seems just the the changes to those elite monsters when it comes to the damage and also their life, like that seems like a good thing. Lightning tendrils used by the Shepherd of the Pit now deals 70% less damage. Oh. Constant damaging wave after a hive fortress starts collapsing. No longer knocks you down while sprinting. Okay. Yeah, that's good. So there was something. So I went to a hive the other day, or a hive fortress the other day, and there is something strange that's happening after you. So like when you are supposed to escape from the fortress after you beat the 20 waves in the middle, right? I did notice that there was some like weird stuff going on with that wave. Like I wasn't sure if that wave was like attacking me or if it was actually attacking the monsters. Like it was a weird thing. But apparently it actually knocked us down while sprinting. So I think that's a really good change. Yeah, that's a good change. Skills that are unusable because you don't have enough divinity are now grayed out correctly. Okay. Harano, the meat carver, now deals 28% less damage and has 20% less life. Their slam overall now deals 50% less damage. Defeating Captain Heartlin in Journey's End now spawns a portal back to Freya, while the Dark Mist quest is active. Okay, that's nice. Ancestral tattoos in Halls of the Dead are now easier to find. That's good because I freaking missed them all during the campaign, and I can't bother to go back and get them. Updated the display of monster modifiers to combine modifiers above 8, instead displaying and X other modifiers. Okay. Keywords on Strongbox world labels are no longer interactable until you hold the advanced description bind. Default, this is Alt. Updated the visual style of keyword underlines. Yeah, I've seen this. So instead of it being like this little wavy thing under the keyword, it is now just like a straight line. Which looks better. And it's like, you can see like way more faster. You can like see the keyword. So it just feels better when you're inspecting like a piece of like an item. Added a button to open the Path of Exile trade website from the market panel when playing with a controller. Added pseudo stat summaries and pseudo stat sorting options to the market search results when playing with a controller. Yeah. Yeah, so I think there were some like need for some quality of life on controllers. I think. At least how I have understood it, speaking with people playing on controller. So they are probably happy now. Happy for like improvements to the quality of life of playing with a controller. Bunch of bug fixes, my dudes. Bunch of bug fixes. And I'm not gonna go through them all. But yeah, that's the gist of the 0.5.1 patch notes. Now, let's jump into the game. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do this session, my dudes, is I'm trying to see if I can sustain the tier 15s. So we are almost a week, which is totally unbelievable, to be honest. Like, we are almost a week into the new league. And I have kind of like just been hanging around in like tier 10s. Like that's what I did yesterday. But I've been feeling that I could absolutely like push up into the tiers. So now I'm just wondering if I can actually sustain the tier 15s here. So the potential issue for me right now could be, you know, that getting some nasty modifiers on the map so I did try to run just like a normal 15, and that was fine. But beating that boss got me this way stone, which is adding some nasty effects. So hopefully, like, that's not gonna break me here, or like it's not gonna make me unable to sustain, basically. I do want to be like a little careful with like getting the powerful map bosses, and also like the deadly map bosses. Like, I don't think it's the time to do those nodes right now, so I'm trying to kind of avoid them. But they will be great, you know, to try to I mean, I think it's gonna be good to just path out in a way so that like it's very easy for me at a later point, you know, to just come back to those areas where there is a bunch of these like powerful bosses that are accessible for me. Like, I can just pick those specific maps for sustaining. Okay, so let's try to do this for modded tier 15 here. It doesn't have like the worst of the worst mods on it, so hopefully we're gonna be fine. So basically, like, the biggest difference that I'm noticing is that the monsters are basically a little bit slower to kill in the tier 15s. Apart from that, like, they don't feel that much more dangerous, you know? It just takes longer to destroy them, basically. So what I feel right now is I'm in kind of like a situation where on this character where it's those final nodes to the passives and those final like changes to the gear that kind of really puts me in a position where I can hopefully handle the hardest content. So I do want to stay up in these tiers because it's a quite big difference being able to stay in the 15s and just kind of struggle a little bit. But the benefits are greater than just hanging around in like the 10s and the 11s and the 12s. So the benefits are so much better here, and the XP is so much better here. It's taking me longer to clear them. But my XP is way better. Which kind of pushes me towards those extra passive points that's gonna make things, you know, faster and easier. Because we're coming up on a breach here. Sorry, not a breach, an abyss. So it's gonna be interesting to see if we're gonna encounter some of those elites and actually see the difference of the patch here. Okay, we have some elites here now, I think. Yeah, so I don't feel like I'm being totally... So before, the elites could make the Abyss encounters feel like very like overwhelming. Now there's just like a lot of monsters here, so that's kind of like what's making this... making me have to like jump around all over the place all the time. But I'm not like particularly scared of like the elites. So there is a noticeable change here. So I think it feels... So the thing is that when we are pushing up the tiers, at the moment, kind of like a little bit earlier than we are kind of expected to, when it comes to like just a straight up progression in the maps, because I mean that gives us a little bit of a different situation than if we were to very naturally just follow the tiers that we are, like the progression of the tiers in the endgame. What it kind of makes me think a little bit is that I probably should, like in the future, when getting to the end game on a character, I think I want to be focusing a little bit more on actually hunting down those powerful boss encounters to more quickly be able to go up in the tiers. Not spend so much time farming a very specific lower tier if I don't absolutely have to. If you get what I mean. So I think it would be smarter to try to get up in the tiers faster than like what I'm currently doing, you know. So the kind of the strategy that I've been doing is just like farming for XP and stuff in the lower, or in lower tiers than I kind of have to be in. So there are ways that we can kind of manipulate, not manipulate, but like modify our progression and the tiers. So especially going for those powerful boss nodes on the Atlas, gives us, so if that boss drops a waystone, it gives us like a tier higher than the map we are currently running in. So let's say, for example, you want to farm for tier 15 waystones in maps. Basically what you do is, basically there's two ways to do it. So one way is to just do 15s and get the 15s. Like normal maps, normal tier 15 maps. Not normal as like the quality of the waystone, but nodes that are not... that does not specify necessarily that there is a powerful boss encounter. Or we can do 14s with the powerful boss encounter, because that's gonna give us one tier higher waystone. Definitely what we do want to be looking out for when specifically farming for waystones. So right now I am kind of in that situation where I want to be, where like one of the objectives of doing the 15s as well now is not only like the fact that I can do it and it's gonna potentially give me way better loot or the experience, but a huge part of it is kind of also to try to sustain. And what I mean about sustain is that I get enough of those maps so that I don't have to kind of like keep jumping, like yo-yoing up and down in the tiers, because I'm running out of the 15s. So I kind of created a potential little gap for myself here in the tiers, because I've kind of like skipped the 11, 12, 13s and 14s almost. Like I have been doing some 11s and some 12s, but mainly lately, like the last couple of days, I've been doing a lot of 10s. And it's the experience and the levels from those maps I've been getting that allowing me now basically to do the 15s. But I could, so what I'm trying to say is that I think I could have gone to 15s way faster if I just changed my approach a little bit to progression in endgame. Oh my god, crit hit chance, crit damage bonus, bro, those are nasty. Yeah, so, but what we really are looking for is the waystone drop chance. As we can see on this item, we have a 60% waystone drop chance here. But those other, like, critical modifiers and stuff, those are bad. Those are really nasty. I'm really trying to stay away from monsters having extra critical hit chance. So hopefully I can handle it defensive-wise. If not, we're gonna have a problem. So I'm gonna try to run that tier 15 with those critical modifiers on it, just to see if that's just like way too much for me to handle. So in that case, it's the mod. So I kind of like want to test to see if those modifiers are as bad as I believe them to be. Or when I've been running them earlier, if I've just been like, in general, like just too weak. But this is gonna be like the ultimate test, basically. So I'm trying to stay away from the powerful map bosses at this point. I'm doing everything I can to sustain. Assembly can be a little bit nasty. Like, this used to be one of the worst maps, actually. And also I wonder if like the Waystone drop chance, if it's like the Waystone drop chance, if that's just like a general thing in the map, like the chance of a Waystone dropping, or if it's actually the chance like at the end or at the boss, the chance for the boss to drop one. Or if it's just like a general chance in the map to also drop Waystones from other monsters. Ooh, Abyss Tablet. Nice. Yeah, I've not been getting a lot of those. I got some super early in the endgame, but like lately, not been getting a lot of those. Okay, we got depths here, my dudes. Let's dive down and see how depths in a 4 modded tier 15 is gonna feel like. Does feel a little bit rough, to be honest. Like, I don't necessarily think... Okay, I'm just gonna get out of here. Yeah, I don't necessarily think... So, like, the depths is usually... It's usually a kind of like a little check. It can be like a little check. If you are able to handle like a certain difficulty of things. Okay, so let's do the crypt here. And we are going to try this nasty crit hit chance. And hopefully it's not gonna be too punishing. Because if I'm able to handle this, like, not necessarily like extra content, like the going to the depths and stuff, but just like this straight up map. If I can handle that with this mod, I kind of feel like I am sustaining. So I feel like this is a big test, basically. So like the pressure that they are putting on me with these mods is like a totally different... like the pressure the monster is putting on me with this extra crit hit chance and crit damage bonus. It's just a totally different experience. So what I'm trying to say is that if you get these mods, it's gonna make everything feel like a lot harder. So don't think that you can't necessarily do like tier 15s just because you get a mod like this. Because these mods are gonna be like really punishing. So I feel like I have kind of like a... That's kind of like my conclusion when it comes to the crit mods. Because earlier I've just been thinking, yeah, okay, I can't do tier 15s. Just because I got the map with those crit chance and extra crit damage bonus from the monsters. I've been thinking, like, in general, okay, I'm too weak for tier 15s, but just know that those crit mods are gonna make things a lot more difficult. And that doesn't necessarily mean you can't do other modded versions of tier 15s. So basically what those mods forces me to do is to play way more defensive. And the maps takes way longer to do. So that's like the downsides of it. That we have to play way more defensive. Like, I can't just, like, blast through everything, because if I get stuck, like, if I get heavy stunned and I get swarmed, those mods are 100% gonna wipe me. I do know that. So I don't want to be doing some, like, crazy sprinting and stuff in here now. Because if I get pinned down, or if I get heavy stunned, like, it's over. So I want to be really, really careful with the sprinting, and yeah. And also kind of like expect those like sudden bursts of a lot of damage done to me without like being too stressed out about it. Kind of like just expecting it and doing my best to work around it, basically. Thaumaturgic Flux level 19. So what I think is that these runes, these waves of runes here are gonna be like way too hard with the current mods on the map, so I'm just gonna skip it. It's gonna be a conscious choice. Oh, that I take. I think like triggering that rune encounter right there would have point 1 would have been very potentially dangerous, and also very potentially like time consuming. But I feel like a huge takeaway point of what we've just been talking about, or what I've just been talking about, when it comes to the mods on the map, it's just that know that those crit damage, extra crit damage, crit dam bonus mods for the monsters, like granting the monsters extra crits and stuff, they are super nasty. So going into those type of mods, just expect things to be dangerous, hard, and more time consuming. But as long as you're able to work around it, you know, you should be fine. But it's definitely not like a situation where I want to be trying to basically like speedrun the map, because the chance of like taking, or the chance of ending up in like a very nasty situation is quite big. So yeah. And what I mean about that is just that feeling, or not that feeling, but that situation where you are kind of just swarmed, and you're just taking too much damage at the same time from like too many enemies. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna fix my mic here. Yeah, so just a situation where you're kind of like just taking too much damage from too many enemies at the same time. And you are basically pinned down, like there's nothing you can do. That's the situation I'm trying to avoid at all costs. So it almost makes like the entire map kind of feel like a boss fight almost. Like one long boss fight. Where you are often in like a similar situation as if you're fighting a boss that's very hard for you to do. Where you kind of like constantly have to weave in and out and move around a lot. Use your flasks. Regenerate charges. Like, you have to think about all the... Yeah, you have to think way more. Like you have to be way more focused, you know? In these type of maps. But if we zoom out a little bit and we think about it, it's like doing so even though I'm like wiping in a map like this, if we still get like another waystone with like less nasty modifiers, it's kind of like still a win, you know? It's not like a complete loss. But there are certain mechanics and certain things that we are kind of like trying to stay away from in maps like this. What I what I could do also actually is that I could try, you know, to just like get to the boss quickly. But the potential of ending up in a situation like I was talking about a little bit earlier, like that situation where you're just like taking too much damage from too many enemies at the same time, which is kind of happening right now. That situation is just so potentially dangerous. Like, it's not necessarily yeah, the greatest idea to kind of like try to just rush the boss, because the potential of you getting trapped and pinned down is quite big. Also, this boss is gonna have some like serious like one-shot potential here because of all the extra crit chance. So I really do want to try to be a little bit careful here. Okay, we got him. Nice. Please drop a waystone. Yes, we got a waystone, and it's a blue one. Okay, so hopefully not nasty. Okay, so patches of shocked ground and more monster life. Okay, so that's not nearly as bad as like the mods that we have been running here. So I don't think I'm gonna take any chances here. I'm just gonna like leave this map. So we basically didn't lose anything, right? We didn't lose anything here. Now we can just go to the next one, which is not as nasty, you know? And we are trying to stay away from the powerful map bosses, because those bosses are gonna just have so much more life. I'm also trying to, yeah, so it's just gonna like take me so much longer to get them. Okay, let's try to do a step, actually. Yeah, so the powerful boss encounters, like, those bosses have a lot more life. And it's also like a potentially really, really bad situation if we do that on like a higher tier with like nastier mods that we like kind of can't handle. It's just gonna put us in a really bad place, you know? So there's a lot of things to think about, basically, when pushing up in the tiers, like when taking these leaps in tiers of maps. So what we could do to kind of like prepare a little better for this map is that we know that it's gonna have like shocked grounds, so we could try to get, you know, focus on like the shock charms and stuff like that. Like we could do more, think and prepare more, but yeah. So as we can see, you know, in this map, like compared to the last one, is that the monsters are not doing as much damage as in the last map. So it allows me to be like a little bit more offensive. And I'm not like pulling back or being as defensive as I was in the last map, even though like this map has like a lot of monsters in it, but it's just not as scary as the last one because of those like very nasty crit modifiers. So basically it allows us to play a little bit more risky, take a little bit more chances, and not be as scared, you know. Still in the back of my mind that I have to be careful not to get totally swarmed, you know. Because the monsters are dangerous enough that it very quickly can get out of hand if I get stunned or pinned down, you know. They are dangerous enough just because of the straight up tier here, and yeah, the amount of damage they can potentially do to me quite fast, you know. So the ward is not gonna help me here if I get pinned down and I get taken to the ward defensive state, and I'm still like for another half a second I'm still gonna take a lot of damage while I'm down on the ground, you know. So I am keeping that in the back of my mind. So it's that situation, like you have a couple, or at least that's how I feel. Just in general, like there are two very, very dangerous situations that we don't want to put ourselves in, right? The one, or like the first of them, is like being so squishy that we are not able to take like a pretty huge hit, you know? We kind of like have to get to that break point where we feel like, yeah, we can take at least like a couple of big hits without just like being one shot. And the next one is being able to take hits when we are heavy stunned, not being able to move or like attack back, you know? Like those are the two things that two main things that I'm trying to keep in my mind at all times. And that's like especially important when we get to endgame. Having enough defensive aspects, having enough defensive aspects to our character so that we feel that we can A, take a couple of those big hits, and B, actually be able to sustain. So one thing is like the immediate, like the very immediate explosive big hits. And the other thing is like just being able to take some damage over time without just like draining out immediately, you know? And I think both of those situations are really depending on having multiple defensive layers, basically. And I think they are all at play in both of those situations. So like for those super big hits, you know, it's we have the evasion, you know, for a chance to kind of evade those big hits. We have the energy shield and basically like also the armor for when we take, actually when we actually eat those big hits. Then we have the life, which is like not the biggest amounts, you know? And then we have like the last layer, which is the ward. But the ward, like if you get to that state, it's basically like, especially in the higher tiers, it's like it's not a very big hit that you have to take, you know, to just, you know, lose that ward. And even though I have like 500 ward, it's it's super dangerous. So yes, it is like that little extra, kind of like extra life type of situation on like the very end of our defenses. It is, but you know, in this situation where like one hit can easily just do like a couple of 100 damage to me, like we are being exposed to a lot of damage all the time at this point, so the ward in this situation is just gonna be like that final maybe you can get out of this sticky situation. Maybe, you know, it's like a 50-50. So what I'm really trying to do defensive wise is to keep my energy shield fairly high, like at least around the same area as my life. Because then I kind of know that if I take one hit that like drains my entire energy shield, I know that like if I take one more of those, boom, I'm gonna be in like the ward situation. Or a couple more, I guess, because of armor. So I'm trying to keep like all the defensive, main defensive aspects, or the main defensive layers, I'm trying to keep them all in mind. And keep them kind of balanced out. The one I have like the least of, or like the one that's like helping me the least on the defensive side, I'm pretty sure is like the evasion right now. Because I have a greater focus on energy shield and armor. So I have some evasion, but I don't have like the greatest evasion. And I'm trying to learn myself like how that feels in like how that practically feels. So in general, I feel kind of tanky. Like I am going like more, like I have a greater focus on my gear. I have like a greater focus on defenses. I'm trying to kind of think. Okay, so how can I explain this? I'm trying to... So there is, like, 100% there's going to be, like, a balance between your offenses and your defenses. But there are some little bit different things we are doing for those two aspects. So, like, the skills we're using and the supports and how we set up our skills, like, that has a lot to do with our damage. While when it comes to the... at least how I'm thinking about it now, when it comes to the defensive aspect, it's just like a pure, super important approach to like the gear, getting the defenses on the gear, and also on the tree. So figuring out these different attacks on your different builds, that's allowing you to, with like minimal investment on the tree. Like if you have to get 50 nodes just to get the damage you want, like from the tree, I think you are kind of doing it wrong. So I'm trying to get those very specific things on the tree. That's like really, really gonna help me with the damage. And like just the rest of the nodes are basically focusing on defensive things. So from this point on, I'm not going to be looking for a lot of extra damage nodes on my tree. I'm basically going to be looking for I'm going to be applying the defensive ones. Because that's what's going to make me even more comfortable when it comes to being able to sustain the higher tiers. Like if we get those nasty mods and stuffs, like we're still able to sustain it because our defenses are just gonna get better. Instead of just constantly, like I think it's way easier to get kind of stuck at certain breakpoints if your only focus, or if like your super main focus is damage mainly. I think that's way easier to get stuck in the, or like feel that you hit these walls where you are just way too squishy. I think that has all to do with your defenses. So trying to kind of like stay ahead a little bit, like knowing that we are gonna potentially hit those walls, and try to hit as few of them as possible with just the mentality of going more defensive earlier. So hopefully that's gonna kind of like mitigate those nasty feelings of you know, just hitting that wall constantly where you are not able to survive things. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Okay, so I am strong enough. Like, if this was like that crit modded map, that situation right there would probably have wiped me. But since it's not that nasty, like we do have this like constant debuff on us though, because of the shocked ground, but yeah. Yeah, it feels really good. Defenses feels really nice now, but I'm not gonna trick myself into thinking that I'm stronger than I actually am, or like I'm more tanky than I actually am. So I'm still gonna keep pumping the defenses here. So even though we are able to handle this right now, we are still gonna, yeah, you know, focus on the defensive layers to make it like even more comfortable. So that is kind of like what I'm trying to do with all my characters. Get to that comfortable point when doing the hardest content. Or like going for the top end. So I am expecting like this content to be quite hard. Like I am expecting that. So I'm also making much more like, or trying to make like much more conscious choices. Like some mechanics and some things we're just not gonna do them. Because like the risk is just too high. Still, you know? So let's get these rares here. And then we're just gonna call it for this map. Okay. Yeah, we almost leveled here, so yeah. It just feels so nice, kind of like getting back on that, actually getting some XP. I mean, it's all gonna be like this time, like a question about, you know, how much time are you actually also putting in, you know? Okay, so what can we upgrade here? Yeah, let's do the ghost dance. Okay, so what is the quality actually doing here? Reservation efficiency? Okay. That's nice. Also, I haven't even done my third ascendancy. Yeah, I probably should do that. So I think I'm gonna do that. As soon as I level here, I'm gonna do that, I think. We're just gonna go for the third ascendancy.
Choose what you need. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
So I'm just gonna do that. So we're gonna do one more map. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna do assembly because yeah. But I did do it on like the crit. Like the big nasty crit modded map earlier, but yeah. Okay, let's do Grimhaven. So I think that's kind of like an interesting situation when I can put myself in a spot where I kind of like I have to think about what maps, what mods, what extra effects, you know, thinking about all those things. I think that's really interesting, like having to think about those things ahead of like every map. I think that's yeah, that's a cool kind of space to be in when it comes to like wanting to progress as fast as possible when it comes to your XP and yeah, like the difficulty of the content. Because it is nice also, you know, sometimes to just like get into that flow state where you kind of like you cheat yourself a little bit by making yourself think that like if you're just staying in the lower tiers, like doing very easy or like very much more easy content than maybe what you should be doing for your progression. It's kind of like a little dangerous situation to 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 be in. But I mean, sometimes it's comfortable, and if you are farming for something like very specific, or you're doing something very specific, I mean, it's totally fine. Like all I'm saying is that you should have a plan for like why you're doing, what you're actually spending your time doing, you know? Because like staying in those lower tiers, like not getting a lot of XP, and yeah, that just feels bad. And especially if you wipe, and you wipe kind of on a... Like you're losing more than you're gaining, basically. That type of situation. And you kind of like... You don't know it until like it just hits you that, oh my god, I should probably have been doing higher tiers, because then at least like I would have been getting some XP and it wouldn't matter as much like losing some. So if I know that I'm potentially looking at completing a map and gaining like 30% on my XP bar, it's not gonna feel as bad, you know, wiping once and like losing 10 of those, and actually just like, because we're still like the end of the map, we're kind of still up 20%, right? So far, being able to sustain the 15s, got a little bit unlucky on that crit modded one, but yeah. Just in general, being able to sustain it feels nice. And now we even got an energy drink going here, so let's go. There we go. Bro, I need to set my level up effect. And also I need to remember my plan now. So after this map, I am gonna go try and get my third ascendancy. Bro, is the Mage Blood, is that a utility belt? Is that the base for the Mage Blood? I wonder. I don't know. But I wonder if that's why it kind of like drops in my filter like that. I'm not quite sure. If that's why it drops with that pink. Let's see if we can take this shrine effect all the way to the boss here. For an easy boss kill here. What the heck is happening here? Oh my god. Yeah, she has the essence. Yeah. It was quite an interesting mod on the map here. So she actually has 4 essences. But she also has those like effects of the monsters, like when the monsters have those essences, like we're trying to get the essences from them. She also has like all those 4 effects. We have to be a little bit careful. Nice. Okay, that's cool. Cool. Yeah, so like instantly kind of like noticing also the XP drop here just by hitting that level. So now we are kind of like at the, like we're probably gonna stay here at the 15s for quite a while. I mean, obviously we could try to like do some 16s and stuff, try to get some 16s and do that. But like basically we're probably gonna like stay in this kind of state. This is where we're gonna get most of our XP, like, yeah, at this rate from now on. So let's just settle in. Let's just settle in and not get too cocky and start like thinking, okay, yeah, now we gotta do more damage. We gotta invest in more damage and stuff. Just like keep kind of like playing it a little bit safe, focusing on the defenses, and yeah, I think we're gonna have a great time. Yeah, she was quite tanky. Like going for the rares, basically, kind of like just because they are good XP. So that's kind of like why I want to go for them. Even though like the map is completed, like I think it's nice to just, you know, at least right now it's nice to just go for the rares as well. To get the most out of the map, basically. Another essence over here. Ooh, 3 essences, bro? Oof. 3 in 1. Let's go. Oh, dangerous though. Yeah. Are we getting greedy here, my dudes? Maybe we are getting a little bit too greedy. Maybe we are getting a little bit too greedy. Perfect. 3 perfect essences. Alright. Yeah, I think that's enough for this map now. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see. Like, I've kind of like concluded already that like we are at the point with this character where we can handle the 15s. Obviously, like the crit stuff and those crit mods and, you know, things. Obviously, that's gonna be gonna feel bad at like any tier, basically. So, third ascendancy. I just want to check quickly here, see the value of these essences that I picked up here. Excuse me. Yeah, they're not worth a lot, to be honest. Like, they are gonna be later, like, I'm 100% sure. Later, like, they're gonna be a great source. So, also another thing that I wanted to check out is, like, is the Mage Blood a utility belt? Okay. Kinda messed that up. Normal search. Yeah, they're selling for 3 axles. I just wanted to see, like, if the Mage Blood is actually, like, if the base type is, yeah, it is. It is a utility belt. Okay. Yeah, so that's kind of why it's dropping with that think. Yep. So it means we have another belt. We have another belt base that we can try to... chance. White chance belts. Because, like, what is the value? Hold on. Okay, there are no Mage Bloods, I guess. Let's see if there are any Mage Bloods here. Okay, there are, yeah. Yeah, so the corrupted Mage Bloods are like 300 divines, like between 2 and 300 divines right now. Yeah, what is the Headhunter at? I think it's like similar. Yeah, it's like 300 divines. Yeah. Yep. So both the Mage Blood and the Heavy Hunter are like 300 divines. So being able to, like, yeah, being able to get one of those. Yeah. Like not necessarily for using them myself, but just for freaking selling them. For that currency, my dudes. Yeah, we were doing the Third Ascendancy here. Okay, so what are these? Okay, so what's the lowest level I can do? Okay, can I actually do... Okay, I can actually do like a area level 60. And it will grant me Ascendancy skill points. That's quite low, actually. Okay, what's the next one I have here is like 60. Okay, so if I fail this one, like... I have a 63 one. I mean, I could just trade for some as well. Yeah, but I have a 63, but we're gonna try to do this, yeah, we're gonna try to do that, 61. Actually didn't get the Waystone from the, yeah, from the last map there. Okay, let's go trial. Okay, what else do we have here? Honor restored. Reduced crit damage bonus. Double sacred water, increase max life. Additional room is revealed on the trial map. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to, like... You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Can we do some crafting on this? Let's get them all and uncover the secrets of these relics. Okay, item level too low. Okay, not normal. Okay. Okay, there we go. Cannot apply. Cannot apply. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's try to do it like this. Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be easy. 3.5k honor. Yeah, I know I could have done this trial like way earlier. I am 100% aware of that. Like, I kind of like to do them. I kind of like to do them at the at a later point. But I probably should be doing them way earlier than what I actually am. I am aware of that.
I would give anything for a sip.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm kind of like a little baited to go like up here, so I think I'm just gonna go down here. I'm not gonna let the trial bait me. Yo, 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 what's up? What's up, Chloe? Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty locked in. I mean, I'm doing trials. Doing the trials. Yeah, so I'm barely taking any loss to the honor, and I think that's good. Okay, hold on.
Great challenge overcome.
And sorry about that, my dudes. I had to take a call. Because I am going out for some business tomorrow. And on Sunday, actually. So, yeah. Okay, we are here in the trial. Trial complete. Okay, let's go. Yeah, getting the third trial of Ascension here. Have not decided what I'm gonna go for point-wise. Damn, did we actually paint ourselves up in a corner here? You and your minions deal 40%. I mean, I guess that's the... Like, dealing less damage. I guess that's the lesser of evils here. You have no armor? Like, how is this potentially gonna affect me? Like, this is the one that I 100% don't want to get, I think. The taking the physical damage on room completion. That's potentially gonna be bad. I think that's gonna be bad, like, in the long run here, because we have to remember that we have to do 3 trials, actually. 3 different ones. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go with the one that makes me do less damage, I guess. Like, hopefully the monster level is just so low in general that, like, it's not really gonna make a huge difference.
Impressive endurance.
I'm just gonna have to go with that one. Doing some lesser damage here. Waystone Tier 1. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that I be on the lookout for more relics here. Merchant or water? Yeah, I'm just gonna go this one. Yeah, I'm not gonna care about the merchant right now. I don't have a lot of use for the merchant right now. Unless, like, the merchant can actually remove those inflictions. I've done 2 little trials to to actually remember if the merchant actually can potentially remove afflictions.
Relish your mortality.
Cannot restore honor. But it's removed after killing the next boss. Okay, yeah, sure. So we're gonna do that one because it's like it's right before that boss room. So I mean that affliction is not gonna last long.
A great challenge overcome.
I'm trying to remember what the third trial actually is. Yeah, it's those two bosses, right? Just trying to remember what the third one is.
Swift magnificence. Greetings.
Can she remove anything here? We can get the Ornate Dagger. You and your minions deal 50% more damage, so... And also the traps. You know what? We can actually get all of them, right?
Onwards. Fight within the choices made. This will help.
Just getting all of them.
The foe ahead is for
Trap 1 is gonna be great for the next couple of areas.
stand clear.
Yeah, so now we are actually we are in plus here, so instead of like having that affliction, I mean we have that affliction that makes me and my minions do 40% less damage, but then we have the boon actually granting us a total of like 10% more damage.
I knew you would succeed. I shall aid you.
Next time you go below 20% of maximum life, restore all life, energy shield, and 50% of honor. What? That's pretty crazy one. Yeah, let's grab that one. Also, let's grab this one.
Fight with intent.
Oh, bro, we can... No, we can actually buy this, okay.
You will succeed.
I thought I could actually buy just one there. Yeah, we're just gonna save the keys and everything. Let's just keep going. Greatly restores honor, burdens you with an affliction. Okay, there's no point in doing that. Yeah, let's get the water. Set ourselves up for some water.
Impressive endurance. I would give anything for a sip.
Lose all sacred water on floor completion. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for that key though.
Swift magnificence. Rest a while.
Okay, what can we get? Next minor boon you gain is converted into a random major boon. Okay. You cannot be damaged until you complete the next room. Okay. Vicious Ichor. Monsters have 15% reduced action speed. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that one.
Fight with intent.
Also, let's get the adrenaline one.
May that serve you.
Oh my god, okay. Yeah, we have some nasty stuffs here. Less movement speed if you've been hit by an enemy. Okay. Yeah, so what I think is important to remember when we are doing these these trials is like it's kind of important to try to think a little bit like ahead, not only think about like yeah, you know, what's the next room, but actually also think a little bit about like what's the room behind that one. Trying to be one step ahead, basically.
Stand tall.
I like I think I'm just gonna have to go with this one. Less movement speed. Like we are going for not being hit by these monsters, so only like super nasty ones are the ones that like makes us do less damage or take more damage, basically.
Good riddance.
Like that's the ones we really don't want. Traps are slower. Okay. Increased max life. Hex nomads. Monsters increased max life. We don't want that. Especially not for the bosses.
An oasis in the desert. The ritual has been disrupted.
Hmm. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna change anything. Offers only one choice. Less sacred water found. Yeah, let's just do that one. Pull it. What? What? Why can't I pull it? What? Okay, there we go. What was that? Waystone?
Let's plan.
Okay. Increase the effect of your non-unique relics. Okay. Monsters have 30% less maximum life. 50% more sacred water found. Yeah, so we can kind of like mitigate that 50% less sacred water found. Yeah, let's go with the 30% max life on the monsters.
We will succeed. Two ancient guardians await you ahead. Move quickly. It's gaining strength.
It is done.
That was an impressive display.
That was easy. Very easy.
I shall aid you.
Okay, what can we get? More armor, evasion, and energy shield. Increased honor restored. Yeah, we're gonna take that one.
Go with strength.
We are gonna take that one. Greatly restores honor, but burdens with an affliction. Let's do this one. Yeah, I feel like the keys are trying to bait me, basically. And I will not be baited by the keys. I refuse to be baited by the keys.
The ritual has been disrupted. Relish your mortality.
Yeah, I really don't want this one. But if I take either of these, like, I'm gonna be forced to take this one. Okay, so we're gonna have a burden here. Hopefully it's not gonna be that bad.
A great challenge overcome.
Bro, I don't have to do it. And I don't have to restore any honor either. Like, I'm maxed. Okay, so forget about that. Yes, we can. We can basically, like, just skip it. Like, just skip, taking the shrine, basically. And also skipping that affliction, I guess.
That was close. A moment of respite.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want that, I don't want that, increased monster life, to be honest. Like, that's the main one that we don't want. No, no minor reflection, bro. No, no, no. Black smoke. That's fine. We basically know where we need to go.
That was close. A moment.
Okay, how much water do I have? Okay, 477. Okay. Rewards are unknown. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's just play it safe. Yeah, it would be nice before the boss to actually get like one little refill of the honor. I mean, we don't necessarily like need it, but yeah, it would be nice. Mr. Mounts, how is it going? You're just on your way home. You will tune in when you get on your PC. In an hour. See you there. Hope the grind is treating you good. Yeah, I mean, I'm in here getting my third ascendancy, bro. In here getting my third ascendancy, and I just started doing tier 15s actually. So yeah, I mean, it's things are good. Let's do the rewards are unknown here. Yeah, so I will see you in an hour, bro. No worries. Come hang out when you get home. So I am taking some damage, or I'm losing some honor here. This is the last room before the boss as well.
Good riddance.
Okay, hopefully I will be able to bump up my. Okay, I actually won't be. Okay, so we'll be going into this boss with like, yeah, just over 50% of our honor. Yeah, hopefully that's not going to be a huge problem. Hopefully.
Beware the scorpion's sting.
Oh my god.
Get to a platform. She's quick.
Oh no. Drowning in the sand here, bro. We need to get to an area where we're not drowning in the sand.
Quick, the sands fall.
Oh.
Look out.
Mm-hmm. Come up here so I can hit you. There we go. And there we go. Boom. Throw the ascendancy. Here we go.
The end of the trial in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge him.
Let's go.
You can find them.
Okay. 2 ascendancy points gained. Okay, so what are we getting? Like, I kind of like just want to go here. Just for the crit chance and the thunder. But I'm not sure. Like, usually this is what I do. And I go down here and I get the elemental expression. So, I mean, we could do that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. Because I kind of like already know what that's gonna give me. Okay, we have 1 gold key. Shield, warrior, royal. Let's get the royal one. We have 4 silvers. Okay, let's get the royal one. Arcanist, mage, boots, armor. Let's get the Arcanist one. Mage one. Okay. And the mage one. Okay. Yeah, and we're just gonna open all of these. Yeah. Yes, I guess that's basically it. get these relics into the relic stash. Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see. Hopefully this damage is gonna feel good in the 15s.
I speak.
Crit damn bonus. 10% increased global physical damage. Okay.
Yes?
What is it? This is all we have. I will make use of this.
Ooh, we got 14s now. Nice.
Indeed.
Hopefully we can sustain the 15s though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... or you know what? We don't have to actually. We can just do them normal. Yeah, we can do them normal. Who's the owner of these annoying minions? Greater Exalted, let's go. Dropping waystones. Sustaining. Nice. Nice. Last rare.
Speak. Go on. Go on. This is all we have.
Monster Life? Okay.
Go.
Yeah, not the worst. As long as we're sustaining the 15s, I'm happy. We're getting them pretty good, even though they have 30% More life. Oh my god, bro. Really? Yeah, I'm getting a bit too... getting a bit too cocky here, I guess. Yeah, I just felt like I was in such a nice flow here. Okay, Waystone, sustaining at least. Yeah, what is kind of like nice with the Bitter Dead as well, like, is that it kind of seeks out nearby enemies. So it makes it a little bit easier for me to like know. Like if the visual clarity gets a little, you know, a little bad. I know that my Bitter Dead is gonna seek out the enemies. That's nice. So I can kind of like just I just automatically know where to go next. You know? Okay. Just keep pushing. Any points here we can add? Oh, okay, so we need to complete the Burning Monolith to actually like progress past here. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. let's just get some strong boxes here. Strong box tech going. Hmm. Yeah, I think these areas are gonna be like a little bit rough, too rough right now. I don't know. It just kind of feels I think they're gonna be a little bit too rough. I absolutely don't know if they are gonna be, but yeah. Yeah, we will be exploring some of those areas a little bit later. Trying to like just feel it out a little bit. Let's get me to the boss. Like, I want to use up only 10 seconds left on the shrine here. And it's gone. Yeah, I kind of wanted to try to get that shrine buff to the boss. Yeah, these are a bit scary because of all the waves and yeah. I'm kind of like staying a little bit away from the League mechanic, for now at least. Okay. Increase stun build-up. Okay. Yeah, so that increased stun build-up makes me think like, okay, it's probably gonna be smart to kind of like try to stay a little bit like half ranged here. Nice. A Waystone drop. Not on a boss, that's cool. Ooh, normal one as well, nice. Sustaining. Ooh, another Waystone? Bro. Seems like this map is gonna be great for Waystones. That's a rare one though. Just a second, be right back. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, no, 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 no. Oh. Well, that was close. Too damn close, bro. Yeah, the extra stun build up here from the monsters, I mean, it's not helping me here. Guess who's back? Back again. You are back. Tell a friend. Tier 15s? Yes, sir. Tier 15s, that's what's up. So, yeah, so basically, what I wanted to test this session, like, is if I'm able to sustain them. And also there's, like, a lot of areas on the Atlas that's kind of, like, locked behind, like, tier 14s or higher. So, yeah. There are some cool stuffs that I want to try to experience today. And I just got my 3rd Ascendancy. Beaten Ash? No. I have not. I have not even tried. So I'm more on like an exploration around the Atlas, basically. So Ash is not down yet. I mean, I haven't attempted either, so. Yeah, I just know that, that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna be painful. Because it's the, like last time I did Ash, like I just had to freaking try like 100 times. Because you kind of like have to get those mechanics kind of like into your rotation. And yeah. Yeah, that one is rough. Really rough. Just so many, oh my god, so many things to do, right? With all the mechanics and everything, It's just so many like potential directions that I can go in, I feel. But for now, for today, like the goal is to see if we can sustain the 15s, and also if I can go and do some of the content that's like locked behind tier 14. So for example, the breach area that's locked off, like the main breach area. I want to go there. That's kind of like locked behind tier 14, which is kind of nice. Because if I get used to like doing 15s, it's that's probably not gonna be that rough, right? Yeah, I think I'm good for this map. So what about you? How's it going? Have you been out of town? Bro, what the heck? Is there something in my cosmetics? What's happening here? Knight of Alder boots. Boom, wearing the boots. Bro, I want to set my level up effect. Where is my level up effects? Hip attachment. Where is the level up effect thingy? I'm trying to remember. It's in the extras, right? Is that? What? Extra effect? Oh yeah, this is the... Okay, yeah, so it's the extra effect. Okay. Okay. You have been out of town, yes. Glad to be home. Back to the grind. Just trying to sort this freezing issue. Doing twisters might have to switch to Vulcan and preload textures. Oh my god, really? Are you having problems with freezing and stuff? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, you've done that, so you hopefully this works. You think it's overloading? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. Like, it is totally broken, right? Right? It is freaking totally broken, right? It's probably the 6th best class. Yeah, but it's like it's broken, like the way it like it seems like the twisters, they are just so so what I mean is that like it's so it's kind of rough for the computer to kind of like handle the twister situation, right? Yeah, CPU heavy textures, yeah. Yeah, so it's just, you know, it's because each one of those twisters, like that's its own thing, right? And they all need to, you know, kind of work together, right? Okay, so what do I want to do? I really want to, I really want to explore the hive colony, to be honest. I'm just a little bit scared that it's gonna be, like, a little rough. I don't think I want to do that, like, after I level up. I think. Did you see the patch notes? There has been a patch 0.5.1. The element effect thing is super nice. Yeah, I mean, there are some cool changes. Yeah, I'm starting to kind of like hit that point where I'm kind of like thinking like, or I mean, I am in the 15s now, and like I know there is gonna be a grind. Like there's still like a lot of grinding to do, but like I'm kind of almost hitting that point where I kind of like want to try some new builds soon. I feel like this is definitely like the league to like try a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, that's fair. At least you got a little start to help fund the creativeness. Yeah, but the thing is that like I'm not super rich, so I should probably, you know, like really I should probably really try to get some more currency before I do that. I'm kind of tempted to try the monkey, like the taming of the unique bosses. Yeah, it depends if you want to challenge Gear 2. Ritual is supposed to be insane. What you mean? Yeah, so I dropped a ritual tablet yesterday, and it dropped like with a huge tink. So I think maybe like the ritual situation is kind of out of hand. With the Atlas nodes and ritual nodes and like 20 div an hour, yeah. Is that what a lot of people is doing? Okay, so like 10x for this. Yeah, but why are people making so much money on that? Is it because of the uniques, or is it the omens? Like, why is the ritual strat so good? And what are people doing?
Hello.
You know what I figured out? Like, I figured out that the utility belts, so the white utility belts, we can kind of like try to chance them for a mage blood the same way we chance the white heavies for the headhunter. Not that many, but you do need the divs, the omens, certain uniques, rogue exiles, and always chances for those belts. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those belts are both, like last time I checked, they are both like around 300 div. 300 freaking divines, bro. How about that? Yeah, one of the new cool things that they actually did as well is that they did some changes to how the Atlas actually works. So if you are in here, like in this section of the Atlas, right? You're kind of like working around here. If you go out of the Atlas and then you go back in, you're kind of like taken to the same place. Which is really nice, because before, like, that was different. Like, you were always at, like, you were always kind of like, the Atlas always brought you, like, back to the main, like, your starting point. But now, no matter, like, where you are, if you go in and out, you're still gonna get back to the same. Why do you have 8 Atlas points? Yeah, it's because of that change. They've added... Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. They've added nodes as well. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Hold on. Yeah, so the it's probably because the fortress towers, gateways, enigma chambers, and halls now award more Atlas passive skill points. Players who have already completed these areas will be granted the additional passive skill points upon logging in. So that's probably it. Yeah, I mean, the added passive points, they are kind of like in the top section of the Atlas tree. So I really haven't had a closer look at those. So, but you do know, so one thing that I noticed is that... Okay, let's hop into the Atlas tree. I do notice that, I don't know if you knew, but this section, like above, everything above here, is kind of locked. It's locked behind the burning monolith. I did not know if you knew that, but yeah. It's kind of interesting. You know that? Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't know that. And the very top is locked behind the new pinnacle. Oh, okay. Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. The Patriarch Halls. Mm. Yeah, okay, yeah, this one. Defeat the Arbiter of Divinity to unlock. Mm-hmm. 8% chance to not consume tablets uses when opening maps. What? And unique monsters have 20% increased chance to drop exceptional items. Interesting. Yeah, there is some cool stuff up there. Definitely. Okay, so let's go down here. I wanted to do the trenches down here. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do the nasty one. Oh my god, it's a 5 modded one. Well, I don't know about that, to be honest. Yeah, let's not do that. Not just yet. Yeah. You have 81 Atlas points. How many do I have? 50. Yeah, so I'm not really focusing on like inside the fortress. Like I've really been like pushing outwards.
You're more fragile than
Bro, this might have been a bad idea, but I don't think I could have gotten past that freaking mirror without freaking triggering it. Yeah, you will be doing that once you got your luck and ritual sorted. What you mean? Like, are you going for Arbiter first, and then you're gonna go for like all the other mechanics and stuff? The nodes for better drops, yeah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, this is a little bit scary. So, I think when I level, I think I'm gonna go and try those zones, or yeah, those nodes that are kind of like locked behind the higher tier maps. Like the Hive Colony and yeah. Oh my god, bro. Honestly, I think like the monsters being able to trip us while we are sprinting, I don't like that mechanic. It's basically what gets me freaking 80% of the time. 80% of my wipes are because I'm sprinting and yeah. being tripped and swarmed. Time to test the twisters. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully you will, you won't crash. Thousand times better, you can actually see the twisters now? What? Well, that's good. Has it given you any type of, like, stutters? Or is it just, like, hard crashing? I'm almost starting to think, like, with all these trippings with the sprint and stuff, like, is there any way to, like, turn it off? Is there any way to turn sprinting off? Unbind it? Yeah. I think I might have to do it. Because basically it's what's getting me every single time. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Sprint, sprint, sprint. Dodge only? Save. Yeah, bro. Now it's working. Bro, that's good. Yeah, screw the sprinting, bro. Honestly. Like, I'm not in that much of a hurry. What I am in a hurry for is, like, not being tripped over and swarmed. That's actually what I'm in a hurry for. It's gonna take some time to get used to, I think. Just, like, not being able to sprint. But if I hold it, it's kind of funny. If I hold the spacebar, like, I'm just constantly dodging. That's kind of cool. Or constantly rolling, I mean. So if I hold the spacebar, it's gonna look like this. Just constantly rolling. Kind of fun. Vulcan is the way to go. Nice. Cool. I mean, I'm glad you figured it out. It's such a pain, you know, to be in that situation where, you know, it's just not working. So I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, what was that? Hey, get me away from that, bro. Some like nasty poison stuff. Seems like this game has issues with DirectX 12 and high-end cards. Yeah, or maybe just they're just like, you know, trying to optimize it so you don't actually need, you know, you don't actually need the super high-end stuff to play the game. You think that could be the case, like that they are actually, you know, working on kind of like lowering the requirements? The error reports in Windows says it's your GPU restarting. Okay, but I mean, you did update your graphics driver, right? You know you have the latest one and stuff. Bro, there was a lot of stuff, I remember. It has been a lot of issues, like the earlier patches as well, with like some weird, like a lot of like GPU related issues. Isn't that the case, or am I remembering incorrectly here? Like a lot of the issues, you know, has been like GPU related. Having to freaking jump through hoops to just get stuff to work. Game has never been this smooth. It's a new game. Oh my god. That's good. Yeah, so I had it when I had the game installed on like my desktop computer. Like I had to do quite some changes to my settings and stuff. But after I installed it on the one that I'm running, like on my newer computer that I'm running the game on now, like I haven't had to basically change anything. Another white utility belt, bro. I'm so tempted to gamble it. No, chance it. Oh yeah, I got my first audience with the king also. Yesterday. I filled up that ritual bar. So maybe we're gonna have to go and say hello to the king later as well. Riverhold, bro. Okay, so Riverhold and Riverside. One of them is the monkey boss, bro. I'm not sure which one is the monkey. If it's Hold or Riverside or Riverhold. One of them is the monkey, bro, and the monkey is cracked. This league. Totally correct. Totally cracked. The monkey. Bro, have you seen the monkey? Have you seen gameplay of the monkey? Like people playing like the they're doing like the endgame bosses and stuff. The league bosses. And they are like doing freaking millions and millions of damage. They are using the Yeti one? Oh, really? Okay, so the Yeti is okay, so that's a different version. It's 100% crits for 7 million? Yeah, bro. Yeah, I've seen that, bro. That looks insane, bro. And the thing is, right? The thing is that they're not gonna change it. Like, there's not gonna be any, like, mid-league nerfs. So, I mean, obviously it's probably gonna be, you know, nerfed next league. But, I mean, we are looking at, like, I don't know, what, 6 months of that cracked Yeti? Yeah, OP for bosses, slow AF for clearing, yeah. Mm-hmm. What's the cost for that monkey? Like, I wonder if I can integrate it into my build. Cause like the biggest issue basically with this build, and it's also on my earlier invokers, is kind of like basically like some little pain points can sometimes be like some of the bosses, you know. Am I able to just like integrate it into this build, I wonder? Yeah, obviously you need the ascendancy, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you need the ascendancy. That's true. But I mean, I could still play it. Like, I could still play this build. Just switch the ascendancy, right? So I have to do it on a huntress. But yeah. It has this choice between that and the twisters, and you like the fast clearing. Yeah, but bro, imagine having like the best of both worlds. Like, imagine having both the twisters and the freaking monkey. Or are they going in like a specific direction? Because you could do the owl thing, right? I mean, you cannot specialize, I guess, so you can't like full specialize one, right? Is that the thing? Like, because of the amount of points it requires? It's either or. Yeah, you need different ascendancy points to make them work. Yeah, I see. I understand. It just makes the like one of the cooler like ascendancy or invoker nodes is the what's it called, elemental expression. I think that's what it's called. Like, it just makes the elemental expression theme bad. Like those things just makes, you know, a lot of other things seem, you know, bad, you know. And I think that's kind of like a little bit sad, actually. Because it's gonna make it so that like it's always gonna be something that's like way better to play, you know, than other things. And yeah, I think that's a little sad. What are you saying? Mason F, the fungus behemoth, powerful version? What? What you mean? Yeah, F, the fungus behemoth, powerful, yeah. Yeah, the druid. Bro, he's really your nemesis, this league. Yeah, I have some, like, that I'm really, really trying to avoid, to be honest. It's like, I feel they are freaking even getting me in, like, tier 1s. There are just some of these bosses that are, you know, a nightmare. Yeah, running the empowered ones as well for the waystones. Yeah, bro. Yes. Yeah, so what I'm doing, so what I did to kind of like go from like just a bunch of tier 10s to 15 was that I just traded for like, I think it was like 3 tier 15s. And I've been able to sustain. I've actually been able to sustain. Like, one map, even, like, it had, like, a 15% increased chance of waystone drop. And it dropped, like, 3 maps in one map. 3 15s. One of them was a nasty one, though. Bro, it's been a life changer, though. Unbinding my freaking sprint, to be honest. Bro, the craziest thing happened last night, actually. I didn't tell you about this. I did record it, though, so might check out that recording. Like, I was in a zone, or in a map, where, like, it was a ritual one. And, like, you know the, what is he called? I think is he called Gultor? Like that big skeleton dude. That kind of like pops out of this hole in the middle of the arena, and he kind of like, you kind of like have to run around him in circles. Like, he was actually spawning on every ritual, and he was out of his hole. Did you know you can craft diamonds? What you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, so what happened with that boss, right? So I went and I kind of like, I boss rushed, and then I decided, okay, I want to go and do the rituals after, right? So there was like 3 rituals in that zone. And the boss, he spawned at every single ritual, but like in a miniature version. And he was like actually outside of his hole. He was moving around. And you know, that one is, he's really a he's like a stationary boss, right? He's kind of like pinned down to that hole, so he's not moving he's not moving around the arena. Bro, I'm gonna have to show you. It's so crazy. It was so freaking weird. I do not know if that was intentional. Or like if that's a bug or what, but it's extremely funny. If you get 1 emerald, 1 ruby, and 1 sapphire, you can merge them into to make a diamond. What? You can like 3-to-1 them? Really? Bro, I did not know that. You can 3-to-1, 1 out of each color into a diamond, bro? So, are there any, like, requirements for it? Like, do they have to be, like, a certain item level? Or, like, what's the situation? Yeah, they got all, they gotta be yellow? Okay. Bro, that's very interesting. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna have to go check that out. Thanks for the tip. I did not know you could craft diamonds. That's insane. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. And also I'm gonna have to show you that freaking those like ritual shenanigans that happened yesterday, bro. I'm so glad that I recorded it. Like, oh my god, bro. That was so weird. You're gonna use all your regals doing that? Yeah, bro. Yeah, 100% I'm gonna have to try that. Diamond cutting. Bro, my fan is not on? Hold up. Yeah, I'm really gonna check out that diamond cutting, and also I have to show you this, bro. I have to show you this weird stuff that happened with that boss spawning at every single ritual. Out of his freaking hole, bro. What? Yeah, it's so insane. Yeah, I had like a toothache from hell yesterday. So, I decided not to stream. Yesterday. But I was thinking about my content, and yeah, it's gonna be so cool to show you this. Give me a second, I'm just wrapping up this ritual here. Amelioration, let's go. We're getting that one, and the rest we're just gonna put in here. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just give me a second. Be right back. I'm just gonna go check out some Oreo sushi or something. Just give me a minute. I will be right back, and I'm gonna show you something truly freaking weird. Be right back. Okay, it's time, my dudes. Let's pull up this crazy recording from yesterday. Just give me a second here. Just gotta pull it up. Okay, where is it? Hold on. Yeah, I did capture it. Okay, so you can't see this, right? So I'm gonna have to try something different. I'm gonna have to try something different here. Open file location. Okay. Okay, is this gonna work? Yeah. Okay, so I think this is gonna work. Yeah. So there's there's two recordings here. Like one of them, I called. Oh my god, he left the hole. And the other one is called He Now Spawns at Other Rituals. Okay, so let's see if we can have a look at this. Yes, I'm just going to turn down my game volume for a second here. And let's check out the one that's called Oh My God, He Left the Hole. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so it's this dude. Just gonna... Yeah, so actually, it's probably better to just open this this other one, this one right here, because I think, yeah, this kind of like really shows what's happening here. So we beat that boss, right? So we are here at like the boss arena. We beat that boss. And now I triggered this ritual, and look, he's out of his hole. He's actually outside of his hole. Look, can you see it? He's like sliding around here. He's actually out of the freaking hole right there. But this, bro, this is not the craziest part. This is not the craziest part. But yeah, so look at this. He's out of his hole. But the craziest part is when so I did get him, right? But then I went to like these other rituals, and this is where the freaking crazy part happens, my dudes. This is where the crazy part happens. So now I'm on my way. I'm on my way to find like the other rituals, right? And check this out, my dudes. This is so freaking weird. Check this out. Boom. Okay, so we hit that ritual, and look what happens. Freaking look what happens here. He's back. And he's out of his hole. Look. Look. He's here as well. And it's so weird. But he's like smaller, can you see it? Like he's smaller. But he's out of his hole and he is here. That's so freaking weird, right? Bosses carry over on powerful rituals. Yeah, he's got no legs. Yeah, but he doesn't have any legs. But he's usually tied to that hole, right? I've never seen him like out of his hole, you know? Bro, it's just, that was just so freaking weird. Okay, let's see if I can create some diamonds though. Okay, so they have to be rare, right? So I got one rare here. Just give me a second. We're just gonna stash some stuffs. So they need to be, it needs to be rare, right? Okay, so we got one red rare here. Okay, we got one blue here. And let's just make this green here a rare. Do they all have to be like 4 modded, or is it enough that they are like 3 modded? Because I don't want to waste them. Do we know this? Like, do they have to be 4 modded? Or is it enough if they are just 3 modded? Do we have this information? Ooh. Cheers with water and coffee. Okay, I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try to reforge here, see what happens. Boom! It's a diamond. It's a diamond, bro. Identify. Okay. So, what is the difference between a jewel and a diamond? Like, is there like a particular difference that we should know about? Like, are they just like more powerful, like more powerful versions, or? Do we have any idea?
Oh, it's you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to sell this. Like, what is it gonna be worth? I have no idea. Is it gonna sell for like 50 exiles?
Seems like a good deal.
I have no idea. Diamonds can roll skills? Really? What? Bro, I need to find some information about this. I need to see if I can find some info. Diamond? It's a jewel-based type. Diamond has restrictions on where or how it can drop. Can be created by reforging a ruby, emerald, and sapphire. Yep. Reforging bench recipe. All items must have the same rarity. So, it means that we can do blue ones as well, right? They don't have to be yellow, right? Okay. But is there any recipes for... Okay, 0.5. Added a new reforging bench recipe for diamonds and time lost diamonds. Okay, so there is a recipe for time lost as well. Okay, that has to be yeah, okay, so it's a time lost ruby, time lost emerald, time lost sapphire. You combine them and you can turn them into a time lost diamond, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I did not know that. But it seems like they only have to be like they only have to be the same rarity. So they don't necessarily have to be yellow, right? So if I take this, okay, hold on, I'm not gonna take this. If I take this is a blue one, this is a blue one, and this is a blue one. So if as long as they are all the same rarity, yeah, so they don't have to be yellow. They don't have to be yellow. They can be blue as well. A thing to be a little bit considerate about though is the eye level. So if you combine some that has like a lower eye level, it's gonna like pull the outcome of the eye level down. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, this is a little currency sink right here.
Have an order? Is that a good price for that?
Bro, I'm gonna try to sell them.
Go on, quickly. Ah, yes.
I'm gonna try to sell them. Interesting. So is the like the trials, is that like the Sakama, is that like the best place to farm them? The jewels, I mean. You just made 17 diamonds. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I'm wishing you luck on those rolls. Hopefully it's something good. But like, what is 3 diamonds? Like, is 3 diamonds actually gonna... Is that also a recipe? It will just reforge the diamond, yeah. Yeah, the biggest freaking upgrade that I've done today, though, is like unbinding the freaking sprint. Not gonna lie, like that's the biggest upgrade I got today. That's my biggest upgrade. Like I've had I've had like freaking quad tabs of like sapphires, rubies, and what's the last one called? Yeah, like just the jewels, right? The regular ones. I've had like a freaking quad tab earlier leagues with the jewels just because like I have been thinking like, bro, at some point like they're gonna have to be like good for something, right? Instead of just like vendoring them and stuff. But now we have a sink for them. That's cool. Bro, this entire freaking zone is like chilled ground. It feels like the entire floor here is chilled ground. I mean, it isn't, but it kind of feels like it is. Yeah, Emerald, Sapphire, and Ruby. That's the name of them. Yeah, so I've just have had like freaking like a quad tab with jewels earlier patches. But I sold a lot of them for like a div. Late last league. Like a div a pop. Oh, look. It's our friend No Legs. So are you getting lucky with any of those diamonds? What is it that's like constantly doing damage to me here? I feel like there's something I can't see that's like constantly doing damage to me. No, 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 no. Well, was this an empowered boss or what? Huh. What the heck? He was on this side? Bro, there's some shenanigans going on with that boss. Okay, not getting any waystones though. Weird. They can roll every stat in the game? The diamonds? Really? But you also said that they can roll skills, right?
Speak.
Like notable skills or you know, like yeah. And also you know what it made me think of? The so the delirium we can actually yeah, we can actually craft on the jewels, but okay, so we can't do this on diamonds because I guess yeah, so basic jewels that's ruby, emerald, sapphire. Oh, and diamonds. Hold up. We can actually craft with the instilled emotions on the diamonds as well. So that's pretty cool. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. As it says, removes a random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed crafted modifier. So we can use these. We can use the distilled emotions. Sorry, the emotions. We can use them on the jewels. We can craft on the basic jewels and diamond. As it says here, basic jewels are rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds. So we can actually use the emotions to craft a guaranteed modifier on it. But, I mean, obviously, it's gonna remove... It's gonna remove one of the modifiers already existing on the item, on the jewel. So basically you can, like, get at least one very good modifier that you want, right? So let's say that you actually wanted, you know... Yeah, but this is weird. Hold on. This is weird. Because why is it stated ruby, sapphire, emerald, but not diamond here? Okay, I think this is a bit weird. So it says that a basic jewel is ruby, emerald, sapphire, and diamond. But here it's gonna give you something specific if it's a ruby, sapphire, or emerald. So I guess maybe if you're rolling it on a diamond, like it's gonna be one out of the three, maybe? Bro, I need to investigate this. Let's see. Okay, let's just go to the shop and snatch one of these back. Out of the shop. So... So here it only says like what the guaranteed mod is gonna be for Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald, but it doesn't say what it's gonna be on a Diamond. So what I'm guessing is that it's gonna be random, right? It's gonna be one out of the three. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to hit it with this liquid ire here. It's like the one I have the most of. Okay, so what is this? It's increased armor for Ruby, increased energy shield for Sapphire, and increased evasion for Emerald. Okay, but this is a diamond. So I'm guessing it can be one out of the three. Let's try hitting it. Energy shield? Okay. Okay. What happens if I hit it again? Okay, we can't. Because it already has a crafted mod. Okay. Yeah, so this one, it was the energy shield. It was the Sapphire one. So it seems like on a diamond, it's going to be random. Let's put it back in the shop.
Seems like
See if anyone wants it. Maybe not for that price, though. Maybe not for that price. You got 2 you're gonna use. 12% lightning damage, 3% cast speed, 8% blind effect. Gain additional stun threshold equal to 8% of maximum energy shield. The other one is 12% lightning damage, 2% increased attack speed, 14% elemental damage, and 5% increased mana from flasks. Okay, nice. Yeah, so I guess those diamonds are at least they are better, you know, than the jewels you were wearing, I guess. Let's do the step one here. We're gonna do a normal one, so I'm gonna dare to try to do a powerful boss here. Could be a mistake, though. I've kind of like been trying to not do the powerful bosses in tier 15s. For now, at least. Oh yeah, here it's gonna be huge that I unbound the sprint. Yeah, that's gonna be huge here. In this zone. Because this is like the, it's a tripper's paradise. there's so many, there's such a big chance of like sprinting and tripping over in this zone, so yeah. It put your DPS up 2k. Nice. Yeah, I mean that was what was it? 20, almost 25% increased lightning damage. 12 plus 12, right? So I mean that's great. And the mana is huge for the unlimited flask as well. Cool. Like, mana really hasn't been an issue for me, actually. at all, at any time, at any point, basically, on this character. So I must have done something, you know. It's just hasn't been like a very conscious choice. I really haven't been like specifically focusing on having to focus on like mana regen, which is great. And the Twisters uses blind, yeah, cool. And the mana is huge for the unlimited flasks too. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean it's good to know. Yeah, because you're constantly drinking it, right? Yeah, that flask would probably be great for like a build that uses like what's it called? That your damage is taken from your mana before your life. Mind over matter, is that the one? $56 mana every 2 seconds is OP. Yeah. I have to look into some of these lineage supports to see what I can, how I can take advantage of those. I need to like give myself some type of like overview of those lineage supports. They need to be kind of like included in the thought process when I'm making my builds. Well, I think just like with this pack right here, I would have like tripped over like 3 times already if I hadn't unbound my freaking sprint, bro. I feel like that's it's like a super tip. I should probably make like a video of it. And the title should be something like, this one thing saved my entire endgame, and it's not what you think. It's time to try a super juiced map. Okay, what tier? Six, 16? What? I thought you said you were doing 12s. Now that you don't freeze, you are going big balls? Oh my god. I wish you the best of luck, sir. I wish you the best of luck. And by the way, how did you get the tier 16? Did you did you trade for it, or did you actually craft it? Tier 15 and powered boss? Bro, really? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's actually what I'm doing right now. Or, I mean, I haven't gotten to the boss yet, but... Oh yeah, so we can actually drop tier 16 from tier 15 and powered bosses, bro? I didn't know that. I thought, like, the only way to get them was, like, to corrupt the tier 15 and hope for the best. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I gotta do these freaking empowered bosses then. Bro, I didn't know. Okay, here's a tier 15 empowered boss. Come on, bro. Is it the deadly one or the empowered one? Does it only have to be like a empowered one, or does it have to be like a deadly one? It's corrupted. You don't know if it's rare, but you got it. Okay. Okay, so it's actually, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oof. Yeah, it's actually dinner time. Let's see if we can get a 16 from this dude. Come on, drop waystones. Oh, 15. Okay. You got all the waystone nodes you can on the Atlas. Maybe that helped. Okay. Okay, why is this in caps? Like my caps lock is not on. Why? Did you get this one? Archaeological interest? All waystone nodes before Ash. Okay. I mean, it seems like I also have them, like I also have, like, all the waystones. Like, apart from this one. The, Rogue Exile one. Okay, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so I'm gonna head out for some food. But I will be back after food. And it's gonna be interesting to hear how your tier 16 adventure is going. But I'm gonna go grab some food, and I will be back later. Thank you. My name is Mounts. My surname is Fairytales. You are you. I'm glad that you're here. If you like what you see, hit me up with a like. If you want to see more content like this, consider subscribing. And that's gonna be it for now, my dudes. I hope to catch you in the next one. And thank you for watching.